we go. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. We're finally back. I'm so excited to be doing this again. I hope the music isn't too incredibly loud. Yeah, I'm just excited to be back. We did this last week. Everything turned out real well. We finished our the magic house, the Cute Bee magic house. That turned out so well. The lights are in it. I didn't end up putting the frame on just yet. I'll probably do that eventually just because I don't want it to get dust on it, and we are in Colorado and dust settles so quickly around here, so the cover will probably go on it at some point, but as of now I haven't done it just yet. So today we're going to be working on, I know I showed you guys this last week, but today we're working on the time travel trailer, and this one's going to be a lot of fun. I've really been looking forward to putting this together since I got it for Christmas. So, first miniature I've ever had that already has something pre-assembled. So this part's already done. I did not put this together. It came this way. It came in a box pre-done, so the size of the box was pretty much just because of this. So this part's already done, and what's cool about this, you can see these in the back here. This is actually supposed to be like a wind-up, like, music box. There's a music box mechanism that you get to screw into here, so this is going to be really cool to see when it's finished. I'm really excited for this one. It looks like it was spray painted this color, and it was spray painted, it looks like after it was put together, because you can kind of see, I am really in the way for this. In this back corner back there, it's like not fully painted. But I have a feeling there is going to be a lot of stuff in this, so it's not going to really matter that much. But I'm just kind of noticing where all the holes are. There's probably going to be some stuff sitting, maybe the battery box or something will be sitting down here. We got some holes over here, and then there's loads of holes in the back. I have taken a few notes from people I know that have made this already. Like, the windows will not automatically fit and they'll need to be sanded down, so we're definitely going to be doing that today. But yeah, that's what we're working on. I don't have any real housekeeping things today. We're kind of our midway point for the next video, so that should be coming out hopefully this coming week, but possibly the following Wednesday. I unfortunately gave my husband a really weird video. This upcoming video is the last video where I was doing voiceover, so I have to go back and do something. The way we're doing it now is much simpler, and you'll see that in the Century Bookstore when that comes out. That's what I'm filming currently. So anyway, all that being said, it may be another week or so before the new video comes out. You may see me again here on stream again before that happens. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoy today's stream. Now let's get to making. Okay. So, there's a lot of parts that actually go with this. And I'm just gonna grab everything out real quick. There's so much to this thing. First off, we have, just get this out of the way for a second. This is our sheet of stuff that goes in here. And normally I've got all of these kits laid out. I have everything cut out and pre-packaged for every specific piece that we'll be putting together, but that's what's great about these lives, is I'm just pulling stuff straight out of the box and we're gonna make it as if we were just making it together. That's really why I wanted to do these. It's a much more raw real look at how miniature making goes when you buy one of these kits. Now this, I'm not 100% sure what it is. I'm wondering if it's going to be like a fabric cutout guide. I've seen a lot of those before. I think it might just be like a materials list, like these are all the products that come with it. But the reason I don't think it is a materials list is because there's a materials list in here. So I don't actually think that this is a materials list. I did go over and make sure that we had everything, so you can tell I've kind of marked things off, and the 2s, 3s, and 4s are because I checked everything to see if it was in like B2 or something like that. So yeah, here's one. So package B, B2. Like I did kind of, so I didn't really section things off. This is how everything came. I just made it easier for me to understand where everything was. So the only thing I changed was I dumped out everything in a particular bag. This is exactly how these materials came. And I, one by one, marked them off on the materials list to make sure I had everything. And then I labeled it with whatever bag it was in. So all the 1s were in a bag, so I just called it A1, and then all the 2s came in one bag, so I just called it B2, or I should say everything B1 was in one, and everything 2 was in B2. So I hope that makes some kind of sense. That's just what worked well for me. And then it goes straight into making it. So, and then there's more templates back here on this page. So honestly, I'm not 100% sure what this paper is for, so. I'm just gonna start pulling everything out. Actually, there are instructions up here now that I look at it. Oh god, this thing is huge. Okay. So it does say cutting out for the transparent film. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So some of this is for fabric. Cutting method on cloth template. So a lot of this is in Chinese, but then the English is at the bottom. And real quick, oops, I don't know if anybody's thought about doing this before or not, but just a quick thing that I've used that's worked for me with any of the big kits that I get that they have anything in another language. I usually go to Google Translate, and Google Translate is great because you can do, it's not just typing in text, you can also translate it with your camera. So I have everything from Chinese to English, and then I just hit the camera icon, and it literally translates. It's literally telling me that this is a template. So if you feel like the English isn't very descriptive enough, or it feels like it's worded weird, just hover over it with the Google Translate, and it'll actually say what it, you know, as close as it can possibly get. There's been times where it's written in English exactly how it's translated in here from Chinese. So, but that's just a neat way I've found. And also, in case anyone was wondering, I'll put this on here. It actually does say, I think it's not time travel, but it's, oh, I can't remember what it is. Let's take a look, see what it is. Time journey. That's it. Time journey. That's what that actually means. Okay, so this is a template, the non-woven. So anytime it says non-woven cloth, that's felt, really. So this is the section for felt, white corrugated paper, color strip cloth. So this is for fabric. I was right about that. Okay, yay. I'll just sit those up there on my stand. And I usually like to keep a basket with all the parts together. This is the paper board that we'll be cutting stuff out of. But I usually keep all the parts in here, especially for a big kit like this. And I like to keep this nearby so I can just pull out of it. And this is another reason I like doing this labeling thing, because now that if I see a part listed, like this is, it wants B12 or B13, I can go back to the materials list, which I have on hand, and I can go through and see which one that came from. Just a little bit faster, easier way that I've figured out how to do that. Okay, there's the tires. Alright, so we'll go ahead and pull these out for now. And I have a pretty good sized desk, so hopefully I can just keep them up here. And what's funny, just pull these out before I get into anything else. Okay, what's funny, this kit sent me 2 different mechanisms for the music box. So this is the actual music box right here. Just your standard music box mechanism that plays like it does in a little jewelry box. And then they sent me this, I think it's like a greeting card music player. God, my autofocus is so slow. But it's like this little... It feels like something that would go in a greeting card and plays a little song. So I don't know why they sent me this, unless it... because I didn't see this anywhere in the directions. I don't even think it goes to this. If we come upon it and it randomly says, okay, now put in the greeting card player, then we'll stick it in. But other than that, I think this was actually a mess up. I wasn't supposed to get it. Okay, let's get started. The first thing that they mention, it's actually really funny down here in the bottom. If the frame of the wood box dropped, please stick on the original position with glue. If anything busted, please fix it. I will say the only thing I did notice, and you can probably see it from here, this piece kind of warped out a little bit. And I can press it back in, but I really don't have anything to clamp that with that hard. I mean, I'm really pressing on that. And all of my clamps, I don't think I have a clamp that's that wide. Or I should say, I think there might be some wood clamps out in the garage, but I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to do it right now, just because I actually want to get working on this thing. Might be something to do, though, before it's 100% done, though. Okay, so we're going to go to... Okay, there's a couple things we're going to grab. So once what does it say? A10, put one A10 and one A11 into A10. Okay. So A10 and 11 are in bag 1, which is this one. I had a feeling, because there's a lot of those like random window shaped things in here. And I honestly, because this thing is so big, I don't think I'm going to use my blue silicone mat. But having the cut mat around will still be helpful. Okay. Grab a ruler for measuring. Okay. I'm just gonna do this at first. So A11 is 3.2, which would be this. And there's 6 of those, so we'll just set those off to the side. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so there's our window slides. And then A12 is 3 by 2.5. Oh, the smaller one. 3 by 2.5. There we go. Because there's only one of those. I'm just guessing. Oh, yeah. You can kind of see that's way too big. Oh my goodness. No, I don't think it goes that way. I think it genuinely goes that way, but that is way too big. It doesn't go in. So yeah, we are most definitely going to be sanding these today. And I know it did come with sandpaper somewhere. I remember seeing it. Let's see. I know it said we got sandpaper. Oops. Let's see where it said we actually got sandpaper. Oh, A3. Okay. It's in A3. This isn't A3. Oh, that's part of A3. There it is. There's our sandpaper. I still have more sandpaper. But before I do anything with this, I need to find out if it's wanting it to be used. As we learned from our last miniature that it wanted to use the sandpaper. I don't think they will because this is actually pretty tiny, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything that looks remotely like that. But if we do, more sandpaper is always around in this house, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. Okay. All right, they want 3. One A11, so one of these. In A10. Oh, this can't be A10 then. It wants to. So these are the A10s. Let me go back. I must have looked at that wrong. Or measured it incorrectly. Oh, I did. I looked at A12. Whoops. Okay, so these are, in fact, the ones they want us to put it into. Put these pieces into. Set those out. Let's set these out. And this will happen a lot. But everything else is going to go away for right now. That has got to be... Yep. Trailer hitch. so weird having something pre-built. I've never really been a fan of anything that's pre-built, like the super creators. I like having more to do. Because if I'm just snapping something together, I am actually going to move these. It just feels too crowded up here. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of just snapping things together, so it just feels kind of more like a toy than it does a project. So like if I was going to try to get a kid started in, you know, miniatures, absolutely super creator sounds perfect. Not to diss anyone that really likes the super creators, because I do know a few people that do like them. They're just not for me. I like to really get down and dirty with my projects and have it take a while. Okay. I'm so sorry about that. My husband called. And I only get to talk to him like once in between when he goes to work and when he comes home, so didn't want to miss that. Okay. So before we even get these frames in, okay, we're gonna sand this down until this thing fits. So I apologize if it shakes the camera a little bit. I almost feel like I need a bandsaw to do this on. Or a bigger piece of sandpaper at least, good lord. Oh, we're actually getting somewhere. Wow. Okay, so it is making a difference. Let me knock off all this dust real quick. It looks like I might need to do the other side too. I have a Dremel, but honestly I just feel like that's going to end up uneven. I've been looking up these little like oscillating things that you can get online. Like it looks like a Dremel, but it's just a little oscillating sander kind of thing. And I low-key kind of want one. So I think it would help this stuff a lot. I'm probably going to have to color match this at some point. Oh, I think we got it. Man, I don't even know if I need to glue that. That's never coming out. How far in does it want it to go? I love how it says polish with sandpaper if A11 these cannot go in, when really it should be mentioning like you need to sandpaper these suckers as well. Okay. So it looks like we've got this one, and that one that we have to do. But I don't think these were supposed to go in just yet. They want those in first. But honestly, I almost feel like if it's gonna be easier. Do I need to use glue at all? And then you put one over top of it. Hey, look at that. Oh, look, all done. I'm surprised they don't want you to use any of the transparent film on that. It looks like they want you to make all the windows and then stick them in, which... No, we'll go by the book. We'll see if that works. I want to see how far in are these supposed to go? Like, are they supposed to be flush, or is it supposed to stick out kind of like this board does? It looks like they do want it to stick out like a smidge. Yeah. They want it to stick out a tiny bit. About as much as this does, this trim does. So if you look at the back, it'll focus on it. You can kind of see. This camera hates focusing, so I apologize. There we go. But it does, you can't really tell from this, but they do stick out about as far as the trim does. So that's what we'll go with. I just now realized the music wasn't on. Sorry, guys. Okay. So we know it'll go in, thankfully. I'll do one more test. Okay, that will go in. And then we can just kind of retrofit these in there. Kind of like that. There. So what I can do, I could probably get these in with beacons. I want to use the UV glue. Or, you know what? The white latex stuff. I want to see how this works. I had a bottle from one of the book nooks a while ago, and everybody online in my miniatures group talks about this glue and how good it is. So I'm wondering, and I used all of this glue pen up. Like, I don't even know why I keep it. I just want to remember how good it was, I guess. But it says white latex, so this might be the same thing. Oh, hello. It just went everywhere. Well, I guess we'll find out how strong it is. It almost feels like it needs to be shaken. Am I gonna regret this? Or maybe... Ooh. Oh, wow. It wasn't like that a second ago. It was like hard. And full. Wonder if I just changed the chemical makeup of it or something. Let's see. There are directions on the back. Let's see what it says. Features. Washable, requires some time to dry completely to achieve optimal adhesive effect. It leaves no residue or hairline and adheres firmly. Okay. How to use. There we go. Clean, dry, and free of dust. So it's basically just like a white glue, like a regular white glue, like you'd see written on any other glue bottle, honestly. Same instructions. You know, let it sit for basically half an hour or something, but we'll take a look at it because this is already so in here. I think it's just a white glue. I don't think it's the clear latex glue I was thinking of. But I'll get some along the back. That straight up smells like Elmer's glue. Like basic. I think this is just basic school glue. Here, let's do the school glue test. Yep, it's just school glue. Comes off like the spider web things we all did in school. So that's what this is. It says it's white latex, so it may be similar, but the clear latex is the stuff that I'm still really looking for. There is a source for it. I had a friend of mine tell me about, I think it's called unicorntoys.com. I can always put it in the description later. I think that's like the closest equivalent you can buy online to this. Otherwise, I don't know of another source to get this stuff at outside of finding it in some of the... I think this one's from Roll Life. We'll hang on to that one. And I'll go ahead and let this dry. Make sure it's at least even. And then I'll get the rest of it with beacons. I'm gonna have to get some more of this soon. Whoops. There we go. And it looks like this one needs to be in front. Oh my god! Wow. Okay, so the friend I was talking about that said really be careful with these when you're, you know, pushing them together or whatever, she wasn't kidding, because holy crap. Wow, that just snapped right off. Cool. Well, you know what? I'll still get this part in here. Just like that. Wow, these windows are going to be interesting. Just realizing nothing's centered. There we go. Okay. We'll get some along the back here. There we go. That should dry pretty good now. And now we'll get the get the tiny pieces in. I just need a dab of this stuff, really. This is still beacons, I just have it in like a needle tip to make it easier to apply, although getting it out of the tube is a pain, so I rarely ever use this anymore. Even though I used to swear by this when I first started doing this. It's such a pain to get out of the tube. And there's no clogs in it. I've already checked it multiple times that there's nothing like that going on. For some reason, it's just really hard to get out of that tube. Okay. I think this went basically the same way. Okay. This is gonna be a pain for me, probably. Because now this part's not gonna want to go back together. There we go. Well, that's as straight as I'm gonna get it. You can see the brake lines, but I could paint over that later and try to make it look a little bit nicer. But it is in, and it is bent a little bit, but... There we go. That's a little bit better. A lot straighter now. Okay, well, we learned our lesson on that one. It's not so much squishing this thing, it's those. Okay. So this one's for the front here. And then... we're gonna try to get these back two to fit. I think it's up and down like that. Longer side, there we go. Okay. I am definitely gonna need more sandpaper than what I have. I have a couple pieces. This actually feels like a finer grit. No, maybe it's not actually. It's about the same. I've just used this already. Try a bigger piece. Trying to get the corners as well. No, I'm doing it right. Oh, we're getting there. We're actually getting there. Oh, we get it? We're close. I might need to sand another side too. And I hate having to do that because that means more surfaces to paint. But it's just not wanting to fit. It's starting to smell like a Lowe's in here. There we go. That works. Or a window. Maybe I'll end up making this one of the back ones. Although, honestly, it won't fit back here. I'd have to refit it again. So what I could do is just make that the front of the other side, so we'll do that. Oops. Let's knock my sandpaper away. I should probably be doing this with a mask. Come to think of it. If I'm gonna do all the sanding anyway. I really don't want to be inhaling wood dust. Well, come to think of it, that might be a good idea. I don't have any in here, oddly enough, but I have one in the other room, so let me go grab one real quick. Okay, I found one. I actually found one. Hopefully I don't sound too horribly muffled in this. I hope this will work out. But honestly, I just wanted to be safe. So I'm gonna get all the sanding done for this real quick. That fits. Okay. Oh, jeez. The only problem with working in such a tight space is everything falls on everything. Okay. Ooh, this one's gonna be tough. Okay. I do think this one is grittier. Okay. Trying to get the bevels to play nice too. Aha! It's still just a little tight. Okay, that'll go in. Cool. I think it's safe to say I'm gonna need to get new sandpaper. Okay, now that we've done that, let's try getting these in here. Okay. Just double checking if that's how they were fitting. And remembering that we cannot press on these hard at all. Oops. I'm just trying to line them up correctly. There we go. I like where that's sitting. So I'm going to do exactly what I wanted to do in the first place. And I was like, no, I'll try some different glues. No, just use your resin and get it over with. I wish I had a different cap for this that would make it easier to apply instead of like coming out all at once. That part I do wish I had something for. And I don't know if it's safe to put this in like one of these type of bottles, because I think that the UV resin glue has to stay in a dark bottle. Once more on the other side. Just a small dab. And I apologize, I think I just had 2 different audio channels going at once, so it sounded like the music was weird. It's because it absolutely was. Alright, we're good. I'll put the top one in. If it'll stay. I might just have to hold it. That looks good. I would say generally 15 seconds minimum for this. I think the box said 15 to 20. And let's try. Alright, window 2 is done. I'm pretty sure it went like this. Yep, okay. Cool. Window 2 is done. This is the one for the front. That's the one for right here. That's the window for right here. What you can't do is press down on top of these. I think that's how I busted the last one. The key, I think, also making them straight when they're in there. Okay. Well, that stayed in nice. See if the other one will do it. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. I don't think I pressed the bottom one in enough because this is like absolutely flush. But it's sitting well, so I'm not gonna really complain about it. Oh, jeez. Looks like I'll have to hold it like I did the last one. Oh wait, this laid on top. My bad. There we go. Okay, now we'll do the other side. Well, aside from the one broken one, I think this went fairly well. Okay, we're done. That one is done. Now let's see, does it want you to wait or anything? No? Looks like you can just start pushing stuff in. First. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to push them in and then I'll glue them from the other side. Although those really look like they'd stay forever if I never even touched them. There we go. Those really look good, and actually, it looks like they lay flush on the inside. Or that was the goal anyway. With just a little bit sticking out. Okay. Yeah, straight up, because you can feel that they're flush, or where they are flush. So instead of guesstimating, you actually can lay it flush on the inside. So I'm just pushing this back one out a little bit. Because it actually does have specifics for it being flush to the wall on the inside. Okay. That one's in. I do want to glue it, but I don't really know how I would. I think I'd have to pull them back out and then wipe it all off. But to be completely honest, those are so in there. Unless somebody just smashes it, I don't think they're coming out. So I'm going to do the lazy girl thing and just leave it like that. Just brush off all that from the mat a little bit. Okay, now we're going to make the back window. I don't know why the music track keeps wanting to get muted every single time I switch over, so I'm so sorry about that. Okay, so now we're going to do the back window. An A8 is that interior piece here. This is A7, and then they want A9. Okay. Which they're not in this bag, and that's the whole reason I did that, because that would feel like that was a part of the first bag, but this one and this one in particular, A6 and A9, are in bag 2 for some reason. They're not even in here. And I think that's because it was all really small pieces. So in a way that kind of makes sense, but still. Kind of difficult if you're not looking for that. I think that's it. 1.8. That's 1.6. By 0.4 by 0.4. That matches. Am I just reading that wrong? Like 1.7. See, the gap here is 1.6. So I think it's this. Well, if there's only 4 of them, that'll kind of tell me. Yep. Oh, wait. A couple of these are different sizes. Looks like they're all the same length. Now, I did measure everything for this before we even started today, so I know that everything is in here. So I have a feeling one of these is a little bit thicker on one side, but there's no other piece like that. So I have a feeling that that was just a manufacturer error. Because these are the 4 pieces for the windows. And not these. Because that's too big. So it is those 4. So sometimes things won't be exact in measurements. Sometimes things get measured incorrectly or whatever, but a lot of the times, if you double check it, like you have the right amount, it does fit, but it's just off by a little bit, it's still most likely it, and you don't really have to worry about it. Okay. Oops. What's kind of a bummer is it doesn't really give any measurements of like how far apart these should be. I'm gonna guess like 3 something. It's just over 8.5. Or I should say, oh, that looks fairly accurate. And I'm just using my grid on here to kind of just make sure it's straight. It actually looks fairly straight, so I'm just going to leave it there. That's the other great thing about these. If it's not perfect, the worst critic is yourself. And I wouldn't worry about it that much. Just do one last repositioning before it gets glued forever. Okay, good. I'm just getting it out the other window frame real quick. Okay. There we go. Well, that can sit in there. That is pretty wobbly in there. This one's bent. But that we can glue. That's not that big of a deal. And this last one is horribly warped. I don't know if you can see that. But this one will have to get like reshaped somehow. That is really bad. Then I wanted two of these. I can see where this one would go. I don't think... Oh! Okay. Okay, so there are two of these. Alright, I'll have to go back in and do some sanding real quick. You know what, I think I'm gonna have to get a bigger piece of sandpaper because obviously that's not working. And it's not really taking a lot off, so I'm gonna run out to my garage again for a quick second and see if I can find some more sandpaper from a project I was doing out there. So give me 1 second and we'll be right back. Okay. So I went out and found, I have a couple different pieces that I can use. I'm working on remodeling a china hutch out in the garage. So I had a ton of sanding stuff. These are a little bit too coarse. Possibly. These are pretty rough. I don't know grits, honestly. I probably should, but that's about the same grit, so I think these will be perfect. And I have a ton of these. These are 180, but these are all the same. Yeah, these are all 180. And I can't see a grit number on any of these. So I don't actually know what grit these are, but that feels just about the same. So we're gonna go with this for right now. These are ridiculously gritty. And this is I guess a P60. It's great for taking off varnish. And this is much better for finer sanding like what we're doing today. So we'll use these. Let me get my mask back on. Okay. It's already a million times better. Part in the middle really did not want to sand down. Oh, I'm gonna be here a second, my goodness. I really don't want to press down too hard on the top either. God, it's really shaking a camera. I am so sorry about that. It's like an earthquake, my goodness. As I watch the delayed playback. My goodness. I guess I could always, we can switch over to this one. I don't believe this camera actually touches the desk. Let's test that theory. Ah, I think that's a lot better. Oops. It does a little bit. Oh, that's a lot smoother. I think we're good on the bottom. I think it's the sides now. Okay. These corners really seem to be a problem too. Ooh, that sounds like nails on a chalkboard. If you guys don't like sanding, I can 100% understand that. And I'll just go ahead, and for these next couple, I'm going to do this one too, just to get the sanding out of the way, I'm going to mute the mic and sand everything so y'all don't have to hear any more of that nonsense. So all right, I think we're done with all that now. Okay, now we'll get these in here. Wrong side. Kind of wedge it in. There we go. pull this off. There we are. Clean this off real fast. Okay. Okay, so what I'm gonna do I'm gonna jump over here because I think it'll just be easier to see over here, honestly. And all I'm gonna do is dab a little bit of the resin glue onto this white part, kind of like we did with all of these. Thank God for this giant door. There we go. Ah! I'm just like all thumbs today. I have been dropping everything everywhere. Okay. This one's pretty in there, so I don't really have to worry about it, but at least I'll know that it's not going to come out if I accidentally grab it or something. Because there is a very real possibility that I could default to seeing these particular windows down here as handles, which I hope I never do, but I can't tell. This might sit on a... No, this does not sit on a platform. I was hoping there was some like giant piece of plywood that this whole thing sat on, and maybe, who knows, maybe I'll put it on a piece of plywood. That might not be a bad idea, and maybe get some fake turf or something. That actually sounds like a neat idea. I might have to do that. Okay. That one is in. Now we'll go for this one. I still need to decide which one of these two warped horrible things I'm actually using. I mean, this just feels impossible to use. It's so horribly warped. What I could do is I could resin glue it in on one side and then like hold it in position while I glue it. That is a possibility. And then this piece, is it this one? Oh no, it was this one. I was gonna have to clamp down because you can tell it's warped in. So one way or another, something is gonna have to be clamped. So I'll take a chance with this one. First we'll put our two little pieces in. Actually, ooh, actually that may help. What is that one for? There's one more of these. Unless that was an extra. Usually they don't send you extras, so. I'm honestly not seeing it anywhere else, so I think that was an extra. So, I'll use not the warped one, unless I absolutely have to. And this will straighten that out. Okay. Actually, I don't know. Does that look kind of... Now it looks bent out? Or is that just me being weird? I think that's just me being weird. Okay. Of course those would fit. Okay. Okay, those look pretty straight. Really hoping that wasn't the resin glue. I think it's only really dangerous though if like you actually get the resin light on yourself while the glue's on there as well, so I don't think the glue itself is dangerous, just if you got the light on it while it was on your skin. Well, this will make it 10 times easier having these little pieces kind of spreading it out more. All right. Perfect. Now, a good way to know if it's done or not is if it's fully cured, it should feel hard as a rock, but if it still feels kind of gummy, that means it's not done yet. Okay, that feels better. Okay. Oh, that fits so much better now. This shouldn't be an issue then. Cool. Alright, that is in perfectly. And I'll go ahead and do the same thing and glue it from the other side. Now you might not be able to see it. You wouldn't be able to see it on the other camera either. But I'm just, I glued the inside of it and I'm taking the resin light to it now. All right. All of those, the 3, 4, 5 windows are done. Now we have this one last little window right back here. And we need, this is where we need 12, A12, and 13. And I believe both of those are in A1. 12 and 13 are in 1. Yep. And we may finally be able to get off the first page soon. Oh wait, this is A2. What am I doing? There it is. Nope. There you are. Ooh, the inside one doesn't want to fit. Oh, there. Got it in. That is never coming out though. Let's see, and it looks like they want us to put some lace on it too. See, these are how the original bags were labeled. Just A16C. But everything is A16, and then it just said A, B, or C. So I wanted to know, like, give each bag a number for the letter that it was under, just to make it easier, and that's really why I did that. Let's see, 17 is the medium one, so that would be this one. That's the small one. Okay. There's a lot of different types of lace that come in this one. It says 3 centimeters. And that would be right. So I'll just measure off. I'll kind of even it up. There we go. There we go. Now, is it supposed to be on the inside or outside? Because it doesn't actually say. It's on the inside, okay. So I'm gonna put this, because I wanted that flush part to be on the outside, so I'm gonna glue this here. And for this one, I'll use some Aleene's. I really like using this for fabric. And just smooth it out a little bit. There we go. Just hold it on there for a second. And then we'll let that dry real quick. While we work on the transparent window. And so the transparent window, I believe, is a skylight. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know how this is going to go on. Because this is, oops, wrong camera. This is, curved. I was gonna say warped, but that's if it's unintentional, but this is curved. So I don't know how this is gonna go on. So we need A14 first. And I'm not seeing any pre-bent wood. And then A14 and then both 15s and both 16s. And those are in 2. So see sticks in here. Yeah, it's the sticks. Oh, not that one. There it is. Okay. This is where this gets really hairy. I'm assuming. Either that or it just sits on it without the intention that it's going to curve, because I have a feeling it would snap if I tried. It does fit in there, it's just not flush. Doesn't say anything about it being flush. Nope. And honestly, I can see a few bumps on some of the other pictures. Yeah. So it's not perfectly flush. So that's good to see. So we'll put the sticks in here first. This one might actually need to be glued. Oh my gosh, the strings from Beacon, I swear. There we go. And for me, I'm just, and since it's not UV glue, I'm just going to hold on to it for a quick second. And that should stay. And then A16s just slide right into the corners. Or they should anyway. There we go. Wow, so much of this stuff I don't feel like I really have to glue. Because it's so tight. There we go. Ooh, that is nice and tight. Like it. Insert inappropriate joke here. Cool. I could glue it, and I probably should, but that is so well done. I mean, it's perfectly flush. It's not gonna move. But I'll still do a tiny bit. This will be the inside. And just make it a flat on top kind of thing. Go. Better safe than sorry. I always hate these times when I'm just sitting here waiting for glue to dry, literally. It's like when anybody asks me what I do, I generally say like, well, I'm a miniature artist, and a lot of times I'm just watching paint dry or glue dry. Which is honestly true. I mean, half the time I'm literally just waiting for glue to dry, which is why this stuff has been so amazing because, well, it cuts down the watching glue dry to way, way less. And even for some pieces, especially if I'm doing bigger things and I need wood glue or something, I'm clamping and waiting a good 24 hours before I can do anything else. So this stuff is a godsend. And I am so, so glad my friend Penny told me about this. So Penny, if you get to see this, thank you so much for telling me about the resin glue. Thank you for telling me about what to do and not to do with the windows, even though I've failed to listen to that for the first window. But thank you for all your advice, and you're the best miniature friend I have ever had. Okay. We'll call that good. That's pretty dry. Oops. And this also wants some of that transparent paper. So I believe it's in a different bag too. That's in C1, I think. No, I had C5 up here. Ah, yes, our fabric bag. So this actually calls for the template paper. I'm gonna put a few things away. Okay. So what is it called? A42, the transparency film. Okay, so this first one right here is for the transparency film. So I think what I'm gonna do is cut this whole thing out. There we go. That way we don't have to have this giant newspaper up here. Okay. And what's great about these little templates is if you cut it out to the shape that they give you, you can adhere like some little glue dots or whatever in places where you don't need to cut, and it'll stick together while you're trying to cut things out. So that's what I'm gonna do first. Double-sided tape is great for this. You can also use fabric double-sided tape, but this stuff isn't near as damaging. And I've ruined so many fabrics by using that stuff because you do have to peel it off when you're done. There we go. And get as much dust off of it as possible. Although it's getting really staticky. There we go. Now the paper's on there, and we can just cut out what we need. Cut out A42. Okay, so it's this big one right here. I kind of figured, but I just wanted to make sure. And I still try to hold it pretty firmly in place. There we go. There's our film. Back. And that just lays right on top. And for this, I just use a tiny dot of beacons. I don't really use... You can use resin. I guess there's no reason why you couldn't. I'm gonna pop that out real quick. And stick the tiniest dot of glue in here. Because I don't want it to pop through. There we go. And we're just gonna let that dry before we try sticking anything in. And while we're waiting, and come back to this, and I'm gonna trim off the excess from this. we go. That way it won't hinder it from actually going in the window. And actually, come to think of it, I didn't size this one, so I could be in trouble here. Well, shoot. Well, back out with the sandpaper. And I'll do it on the bottom so that it won't affect that too much. If I had realized I still needed to sand, I wouldn't have done it yet, but I completely forgot, so. Okay. I think we're all done with that for now. Making sure it's flush on the other side. Alright, there we go. Definitely gonna have a lot of painting to do to cover those up. But it didn't seem to affect the pretty lace on the inside, which is good. Okay, now that we've done that, now that we've done that, now we can do the skylight. And I think all that I'm really gonna do is just lay it in there and get it as flush as I can without leaving any huge bumps. So I may do this upside down, actually. And hold it in place while I'm gluing it. I could roll over it. I wonder if that would work. Ooh, that worked. Okay, I'm gonna hold it down and glue it at the same time. I'm literally just hovering this thing right over it. I can't believe that actually worked. It literally snapped into place. Just gonna do one corner at a time. I know I've sung its praises a lot already, but this stuff really has made it so much easier to accomplish anything, which is great. Okay, first corner's on. Do the back corner. Right there, and I really need some extra light in here, so I'm gonna pop this guy in. There we go. Oops. I told you, I'm just all freaking thumbs today, it seems like. There we go. Much better. Okay. Sunroof is in. Oh, that looks good. That actually looks really good. Oops. There we go. That's awesome. I love it. Okay. All of our windows are in. I think all we'd have to do now is the door. And we're finally heading to the next page. For the first time in 2.5 hours. Oh, cool. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do the stairs next. So I'm going to go take a quick 5 minutes bathroom break, and then we'll come back and start the stairs, the trailer hitch, and a few, it looks like a lot more before we even get to the door. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, we're back. Okay, next thing we're gonna work on is looks like the staircase. So we're gonna get a 17s and all the 18s out, and I believe I saw those in A1. Yep, there's the stair risers, I believe is what these are called, and then the treads are these. Again, could be wrong about that. I did go to drafting school when I was in college, but ask me if I remember anything from that long ago. Not dating myself or anything, but I graduated in I started in 08, and I think that class was in 09. But I didn't graduate until like 2017. Alright. This long part's on the bottom, so it'll sit like that. And then the treads, I'm gonna just double check real quick. Oh, there's nothing like that in that bag. Before I get too overconfident that I know what I'm doing. And there's nothing else like that in here, so we should be fine. Okay. First one's always kind of messy. Take the beacons. I think I'll switch over for this one. There we go. Okay. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? I kind of feel like this light up here is way too bright. There. Just have one too many studio lights on. I think that actually looks a lot better. If I need any extra, I have one more. There we go. You know what? That works. That's just enough, I think. But all the extra, I had a giant umbrella light that I kind of sit just above everything, and when it gets closer to night, that tends to work better. Oh, let's see, how should I do this? Let's sit it on and maybe let this one dry first. Probably. I'll see if I can do all this with one hand. Oops. And then can I slip this underneath it? Ooh, look at that. Haha. I did it. It worked. Oh, look at that. It worked. And it looks pretty even, too. That's awesome. I guess the rest of the treads will tell me in a second if I spread it too far apart, but... Okay. I always get so much beacons around the edge, or not beacons, but so much glue around the edge of this bottle. There we go. I don't know if anybody has seen it in the description yet, but the music that we're listening to today is actually from a game. I just recently got Spirit City lo-fi sessions for Christmas this year, and it's a really cool, like, productivity game. So it's not like a regular... It is definitely, if it's anything, it's a cozy game, but it's really for work productivity. And I asked for it for Christmas because it just looked like something I could use as a business owner, and sure enough, it's been phenomenal. That and the game Ithia, which I think I've talked about it was either last week or a couple weeks ago, but both games are, and I use them for very specific reasons, so having both of them has been great. But they're for task management. You can journal in it, habit tracking. There's Pomodoro timers in it, and anytime you use any of those features, you can gain XP from it, and then end up, leveling and whatever. There's decor that you can. So every time you level up, you get points for it, and then you can unlock different pieces of decor, clothing, pets, scenery, all kinds of stuff. And then both games have a feature where you can find like little sprites, little creatures everywhere, and keep them around. In Ithia, you get to keep them around your study hall, and in Spirit City, you get to keep them in your bedroom with you. And I love both of them so much, and they both have really, really good music. Ithia has a few, I think it was the first session of the Magic House that I was making. Oh, this one has to get pushed forward a little bit. There we go. I think the first session of working on the Magic House, I used Ithia, and there's not as many soundtracks on Ithia that are stream friendly, unfortunately. So I just kind of went back over them several times, and that seemed to work okay pretty well. And there's our stairs done. Those look really nice. Oops, I think I just squished them in a little bit. Yep. I better not mess with it too much. There we go. We'll leave those for right now. And now we'll do the trailer hitch. But anyway, like I was saying, it's so much fun because there are things that you can do in between work, but it does keep you from getting super distracted, or it can be a distraction because you can kind of stop and play the game and just pick out decor and outfits and whatnot. So I have noticed that. I really have to watch myself with that. But other than that, I mean, it's also really motivating to, like, hey, you're on a timer right now. You really need to get back to work. And having ADHD especially, the Pomodoro method is so helpful. So that was really neat to see. And again, the timers themselves really do work, in my opinion. So that was really neat to... It's been really fun to play around with them. But Spirit City Lo-Fi has... all their music is stream friendly. So that's what I decided to pop on today, and so far it's been phenomenal. I love using it. But I put a link to the Steam store for Spirit City in the description if you guys want to go check it out. Give them some love. I'm not sponsored by them in any way, but I just love Spirit City and Ithia. I did not link Ithia in the description. I can probably do that after the stream is done. But Ithia and Magic Studies and Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions are just... You need to get work done, and you love... I can't remember the term. It's like gamifying. I don't think it's gamifying. I think it's gamifying your work habits or your work productivity or whatever. Those games are just phenomenal. Okay, I want to center this properly. Once I get the glue on, I can move it around. So this is just the trailer hitch that is going to attach to the front of the trailer eventually. Get a smidge of glue. What I'm gonna do, while this is still wet, grab my alcohol here. Kind of keep it off to the side. Oops. And I'm gonna wipe off, just so you don't see any of those glue bulges after you put something down. And then you can just take it off your brush with the alcohol. And that way it looks clean. You don't see the glue bubbles that kind of squish out when you place something down. And it looks like it was just supposed to be there, which is really, really neat, so. And then your brush is clean again. So these, I have a couple different brushes here, and they're both pliable because I've cleaned them in alcohol, but I use these specifically for spreading glue around. And I have other brushes from Army Painter. You can actually see the Army Painter case right there that I keep all my brushes in for painting up here. Now my Warhammer brushes I got off of Amazon, and I use those specifically for Warhammer painting, which I'd like to start doing on the channel too. I just bought, let's see, my husband and I just picked our first 40k set. We've been Age of Sigmar players forever. Alright, what I'm going to do with this one is try to center it directly underneath where the trailer hitch went without sitting it down because it's still drying. But anyway, we have always been Age of Sigmar players. I play Stormcast Eternals, and he plays the Cruel Boys. We bought the Dominion set years ago and have really enjoyed it. We really want to expand our armies. We've expanded them a little bit. We haven't just used the Dominion set, but we really love playing those factions. So we just bought our 40k miniatures for the first time, or I should say models. And he got the Necrons, and I decided to go with Adeptus Mechanicus, or AdMech, because they just looked... See, I go for design and how things look, and just regular old blue Space Marines, Astra Militarum, whatever you want to call them, just looked really boring to me. So I didn't want to... I had just gotten through painting a ton of gold onto the Stormcast Eternals, so I really didn't want to do just another major color. So I thought... And I know I'll probably be doing that somewhat with all the alloy colors that AdMech has. But that's okay. There's a ton of different variations for them too. And I don't think I'm going to paint them exactly the way that you're supposed to paint them. So, okay, now we're going to do... We have like a... I don't think it's an... I think it's just a utility box. I really think this is a little utility box thing. So, 21 through 23, and I believe those are... 21 and 22 are in 1, and 23 is in 2. And 21 accidentally gave us too many pieces. I do remember that. So there is one extra. Yeah. So this flat piece, this is A21. And there was only supposed to be one in the bag, and it says that in the materials list, but it gave me 2 of them. So sometimes you'll end up with extras, and that's okay. I save all my extras, and I've already used extras for other miniatures where I just wanted to add something to it. 21, 22 is the top because they're both flat, so this is the side or I should say the back, and this is the top. And then sides are right here. Okay, so this being the front, and I believe this is the same on all sides. Yep. So these shorter sides right here are going to get glued straight down onto this one. Okay. Just double checking everything because there's nothing on the back, because the back gets glued directly onto the trailer. I think. I haven't looked that far ahead yet. But aside from using, so back to the Spirit City in Ithia, aside from the basically the work games is what I call them, aside from those, a few other games I got for Christmas were Planet Crafter, and that one I've absolutely been adoring because I've always loved No Man's Sky, which I prominently play in VR. I've never actually played it just regular. I've only ever played it in VR, which I love. And Astroneer. I love space games. I don't know if it's necessarily would be considered a space game. I guess it would, like a sci-fi game, but I love Warframe. So many war games. My first game was Warcraft. Then I started playing Warframe, and now I'm into Warhammer. There's just so many war games to keep track of, and I frequently mess all three of those up. Okay, now this one sits flush on the back, so it doesn't get jutted past the back. It just lays flush with it because this thing somewhere has to lay flush with the trailer. I'm not sure where it's gonna lay. Oh, I was right about that. Oh no, it's on the other side. It'll sit just above the trailer hitch. But still, it will lay flush on the trailer. So yeah, this, I guess, is kind of like an electrical box or a utility box. I don't know much about campers, so I might be wrong on that, but that's my guess anyway. So yeah, I've really been into Planet Crafter that I just got recently, since space games, I never really knew that space games were my thing, or that I even like space games, because I usually like fantasy. But I've absolutely been adoring Planet Crafter. I think I'm like I think I'm like 3/4 of the way done with the first planet. I just recently found out that there's more planets, but as far as I'm aware, I just hit full breathable atmosphere, and which is pretty. I think I've played for a good 50 hours. No, I don't know. I'm really bad at estimations, but I believe I've played. Actually, I can tell you how long I've played. Oh, okay, I was close. I've played for almost 64 hours. And I hit breathable atmosphere. And I think I'm at 25 terraformation index. Which doesn't sound high, but that's like, it's compounded, and I can't remember what it's compounded to, but that's like thousands, 25, so many thousands, I think, of a percentage for terraformation. Because basically what you're doing, I won't give away any kind of spoilers or anything, but you are forced to terraform a planet, essentially. and you can't leave until you do so. And you start out on like a totally Mars-looking red planet type of situation, and you basically have to turn it into Earth. And it's working well so far. It's been super, super fun. I'm really enjoying playing it. And I haven't been able to get my hands off of it and play any of the other games that I got for Christmas. Although I got, I think it's called Icarus. I think that's the name of it. Yeah, Icarus. I got Icarus also, and I just started playing that last night. And for some reason, that one just did not hit well for me. It looks fun, I'll say that. It really, really does look fun, but for some reason, I just have not been able to get into it yet. And maybe it's just, I've noticed with a lot of games, it's really just, if it's not explained really well, oops, I needed something in there. If it's not explained really well in the introduction, then it's hard for me to get into. I mean, I'll go back and spend time on a game to really understand how to play it. Like, Astroneer does not explain how to play it right away, but that's one of my favorite games. So it just takes time. But, yeah, Planet Crafter has been great. Haven't really gotten fully into Icarus yet, although I do intend to go back to it eventually. Let's see. Put A5 on A4, which is this. We're doing the door, I believe. Then paint the outline. Paint the outline with a pencil. Cut off with... Oh, okay. So instead of sanding this so you don't break it, they want you to put the outline of this in pencil on here. And then you're supposed to cut off with a knife anything that doesn't fit. And then you put A5 in. That's new. Okay. Let's try it their way. Because there's only one area that's not fitting, so it won't take much. I'll just use a mechanical for this. Because one side does want to fit, so... Yeah, it's really not much at all. I wonder if I could just use my Dremel for that. I'm so nervous to use my Dremel because I always sand too much in one spot. But I wonder if like I rounded some of this stuff and just kind of... No, that would take forever. Maybe I can use my knife. This feels like a bad idea, but... I guess you're just whittling, essentially. That do anything? Oh, geez, that actually did something. Okay. So it is working. I'm essentially just whittling it down. I'm just doing really light slices into it to get, like, some of it to come off. And then I need to do a little bit on this side. It feels like there's a way better way to do this. Do it like actual whittling style. Okay. And it actually doesn't look very crude either. It actually looks pretty good. Ooh. Oh boy. Well, it's in, and it's in pretty well. But it definitely wanted to break the door. It just cracked. It didn't do anything else, it just cracked. Is the door supposed to be flush on one side? Okay. Kind of like the other windows. Supposed to be more in there. Okay, we'll leave it like that. So this is going to be the outside. I need a better eraser. Kind of get those little edges off there. You can't see it. There we go. Okay, thankfully the crack is not visible from there. I might put a little glue on here and hold it in place. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull this back a smidge and just let that dry. Okay, well that worked. That actually worked. Cool. Okay, so there's the front. And it also has a little bit of transparent film that goes in it. So A42-6, which is, as soon as it focuses, that one right there. I'll just take my small scissors for this one. There we go. All right, and then this just lays on the back like that. So just a smidge of beacons. So we pull off all the extra. Just like the other one, I'm just doing like the lightest amount of this stuff. Just in the corners. And then boop. And the lighter you do it, it won't come through on the other side, and it looks like we're good. There we go, there's our door. I'll put this back before I stab myself. Okay. Next is, looks like a flower box. So 36. Yes? Oh, there's several of these. Okay. 36 and 38 for the first one. And while I'm grabbing that, put these aside. Clean up my whittling mess. This is something you guys don't see in my regular videos that I put out edited, but I am constantly taking off this mat, or taking off the blue mat that I usually use, and cleaning things up, and then readjusting, putting everything back together, and then turning the camera back on. So that's, I think, kind of the beauty of these, is I can show you guys more of the process, how things actually work. Okay, 36 and 38 from A. 36 and 38 are in 2. Okay. And I believe this is the hard part, because I basically got to dump everything out. 38 has, whoops. .38 has 12 pieces. So pull those out real quick. Alright, there's the 12 pieces. And we don't need all of them, but just so I know where everything is. I think we're going to end up using that too. Okay, so 36. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it. So there's 3 medium-sized ones, 2 big ones, and 1 small one. So these are the fronts, and all of these are the sides. That's why you need 12 of those. Okay. And then we'll need the I believe we're gonna need the paperboard. And that's A39. $39 something. So let's see if it's even on this. This is that says paperboard is A43, so maybe I'm wrong about that. Oh, I am wrong about that. It's not paperboard. It is just regular paper from our gigantic paper cutout thing. I'm gonna get all my instructions rearranged. Okay. So it's A3942. Whoops, I am not about to lose that. A3942 is this. There's the two long ones. And there's the short one. Perfect. I'll just loosely cut those out real quick. And I really don't want to lose that small thing. So I'm just going to cut this one out with the knife. There we go. Okay. All right. Now we'll cut out all our papers, because then everything will kind of fit around these. I actually stopped cutting a lot out on video when I'm recording the other kits because it just takes so much time away from actually making the things. So, and those are more of a tutorial. This is just, I know I kind of talk about the process and how I'm making it a lot on here, but this is really just my place to play and not have to think too much about how I'm doing something, and it gives me a chance to learn and grow and continue getting better at my craft while having you guys along for the ride with me. But the other videos I make twice a month are really geared towards being tutorials. And right now they're just Mayberry Street tutorials because I'm trying to make my way through all of those. And we're getting close. That is dangerous, because they all look like the exact same thing. Okay. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 1. Just to double check before I throw away any extra paper, because I have thrown away the thing I was trying to cut out before, so always benefits from checking first. Okay. So we'll start with the long one. And it looks like, is it gonna sit on top of it? Yeah. Oh, it does want you to do it. Oh, it sits on these. It really sits on these. So this is kind of on the edge. So let's just stick these on first. So go at an angle. Okay. They're so teeny tiny. Even as tiny as my hands are, I do have small hands. Even as tiny as my hands are, there's some things that I encounter every once in a while. It's like just way too small, even for my hands. So let me know in the comments down below if you guys are enjoying the stream on YouTube, or maybe you'd like to see it on Twitch instead, which I can understand. There's a lot of features on Twitch that aren't on YouTube. But I have thought about, I know you can cross post a live stream from YouTube to Twitch or vice versa now. So that wasn't a thing when I started first on Twitch a number of years ago. I think it was late 21 and early 22. Actually, I think it was most of 2022 that I streamed games on Twitch. And it actually went pretty well. I was enjoying it a lot. But in order to make it work and actually get... I made a partner and everything like that, but it became very stressful with any other life obligations, because God forbid something would happen on a day that you normally stream. You basically couldn't... You either had to choose, do you want to keep your views, or do you want to keep your promises to your friends and family or whatever. So that was a hard one, and being on YouTube is, in my mind, so much easier. So that's why I kind of I still love streaming though, which is why I still like doing these, but that's why I moved it down to once a week, so that I could have a lot more freedom in, okay, if I need to go do something, I can go do it. Although work does still, or I should say filming in general, still does take up so much time. But the reason I decided to not just do streaming and went on to YouTube was there seemed to be a lot more opportunity in it. No shade to streaming, but which is again why I still do it. I love it, but it just felt like it would make more sense business-wise for me to get onto YouTube. I could still stream on YouTube and Twitch, and have a little bit more flexibility in a filming schedule. Which was great, because since my husband started editing, it allowed me to film during the day, which I film basically almost every single day. And then he could edit at night. So honestly, the move to YouTube was for flexibility, but not so much flexibility in, oh yeah, I can just drop whatever I'm doing to go do something, but more in, I can decide when and how I'm working. And I really, really love that about YouTube. I will say though, just kind of as a PSA, that although it may seem more flexible going to YouTube, and at the end of the day for me it was, it is still a job, and it's definitely so much fun, and I enjoy it every single day, and it's perfect for me. But it is very much something that you have to work at, and it's something that you absolutely have to treat as a job, as a regular full-time job. which it eventually will become. But putting in the work is what gets you there. And honestly, it's super fun doing all of this stuff. I mean, this has been one of the greatest joys of my life. Is getting to sit here and turn my hobby into a lifestyle. That has really been one of the biggest freedoms and blessings I've ever had. And I think if you're able to do something like that with a hobby or a pastime or something you love and turn it into something that can generate income, then it's definitely something worth looking into. Okay, so all of those are on, and now those little edges are what connect to the paper essentially. Yeah, it looks like I'm probably going to be able to trim at least one of them down a little bit. Just do a little bit more. And, oh gosh, this stuff gets so gluey sometimes. Well, yeah, it's glue. Of course it does. No, I mean, like, it gets, spongy, kind of. Or gummy, I guess would be a better word. So I'll probably be able to take a tiny bit of that off when it dries. Okay. Do the next one. I think these are, I'm pretty sure these are flower boxes. Again, I haven't really looked ahead. I just kind of organized everything, but even when I was organizing it, I wasn't really paying attention to... Actually, I didn't go through the instructions at all. I just went through the bags and the material list to make sure I had everything. Because the last thing I would want to do is get into the stream and like, oh, I don't have a part. So I would rather know that I have everything first. And that's when I'll come in and actually start. But I don't really look at the instructions before I start the live stream kits. Oh my goodness. I really need to put the cap back on this in between. But also, this thing just likes to blow up on me for some reason, and I'm not sure why. It actually didn't used to do that a whole lot, if at all. Oops. Okay. All right. These are actually turning out really nice. I didn't think anything other than paperboard was going to be smart for these, but they're just bottoms of flower pots. And I think the flower mud stuff is going to go in here too. So, I think it'll be fine. There we go. Okay. All the little flower boxes are done. We're gonna let those dry. And now we're gonna move on to, looks like our first set of curtains. So we need there's a couple different things we need. So we need C34, which is the, oh, it's a white thick, that's a power wire, really? Okay. I thought that was just gonna be for lighting. But I have plenty of stuff for lighting, so... C34, okay. That is this one. Whoops. Actually, I think we're gonna need that, aren't we? Yeah, we are. I'll leave that out. Okay, so we need C34, which is this. We need 10.2 centimeters of it. And then C11, which I believe is the polka dot stuff. Yep. Ta-da! I feel like a magician. I did not, usually I iron all my fabric before I get into a kit, and after today, I'll use this side over here that's not wrinkled, but after today, I think I'm going to iron the rest of this out, because there's quite a few pieces in here. And then next week, everything will be iron flat. Okay, so then we'll need the template. So we'll cut everything out of the template next. And this should show all the different fabrics that are on here. It's probably on the bottom. C6, C7, C4. Dotted gauze. Here we go. So I'm just going to cut this off camera real quick so it's easier. E1. There we go. Okay. Whoops, sorry. Smacking things. Okay, so I need... Bam, 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 bam. Yes. I'm going to be making 2 of these. So, will I be able to? Ooh, it is. Okay. You know what? I might wait on the curtains then until... I might wait on the curtains until I can iron everything out, because I don't like having crinkly fabric. I'd rather have it flat, because if I cut it out, it's going to be really... It's basically going to be impossible to iron later, and it'll look crinkly in the finished piece, so I'd rather iron those out first. So I'm going to do the little awning next. So we're going to need a 39-36 off of here, which is this long piece. Okay, and a 43-12. Oh, it's the paperboard piece. Okay. So once again, I'm going to cut this out real quick. This is all the paperboard stuff. I will say the way they put this together is kind of cumbersome. They could have very easily just turned this into 4 sheets of paper. Okay, plus there's a bend in it now too. Okay. So I actually need this, so try to fold that back a little bit. And this is going to go on our paperboard. This thing. So... put a couple of those double-sided tape dots on here. And I like doing this actually up to the light, so I hold it up to the light and then I can see where I can put the double-sided tape on the back of it. I don't know why I keep smacking the mic so much. Probably because it's directly next to me. Okay, that should be good for now. Alright. So we need from the paperboard 43-12, which is this piece. Okay. So there's our paperboard that we need, and then this needs to be cut out correctly. A39-36. I'm gonna do that with my small scissors. All the ruffled edge. There we go. And I'll take my little mini scissors. Alright, there we go. I like doing that with the smaller ones, it's just easier for me. Okay, so the first thing it wants you to do is stick this on here and then cut out the card. And then you'll fold it down via that line. Or fold it in, I should say. Okay. So I guess I can use double-sided tape for this since this doesn't need to stay on. I'll just try and make it so I don't have to cut a whole lot. There we go. That works. I wonder why they didn't just have you cut the card like this originally. That one's throwing me off a little bit. That's the first time I've seen something like that. If it's not exact, because this is paper and it is like a cardboard type thing, so it's harder to really get in those center grooves, even with the small scissors. I'm just gonna go back in and take out those little bits in the middle that I just couldn't get. There we go. That actually looks pretty good. We'll leave it at that. Okay. Then what it's gonna have us do is bend that in. See, and it wants us to put on C10, the fabric. I don't think has any creases in it, so we should be okay. Nope, it's good. And it's just for this, so put that there. This gets put on like that. We basically have to glue this on. So what I'm going to do is my favorite method with the tacky glue. And just spread it out. Make a nice thin, even layer as possible. It's not lifting or bubbling. And you have to do this quick before it dries. Okay. All right. All right, and then we'll cut out the awning fabric from this. Okay, and that's starting to dry. I'm trying not to let it warp. Because a lot of times when you put glue on stuff, it'll, especially card, it'll warp it. This is really going to be hard to get accurate. Trying to get it to turn like that. Might have to clean it up a little bit, but... There we go. That actually looks pretty good. Cool. There's the awning. And then for bending, since it is cardboard and it's pretty much going to do what it wants to do, I'm gonna lay the ruler down, and or not the ruler, but the triangle, and let that help us do it. Hold it on the back there, and then just bend it over. And I might have to... I think the template... Oh, template can't come off because I still have to... It looks like the glue's trying to lift on the very edge here a little bit, so I may need to lay down some more glue on that in a minute. And do the back side. There we go. That'll lay flush along the back. And this is the only thing that made me nervous about not having the fabric folded in and glued everywhere, is because it would start fraying a little bit. So I'll have to kind of be cautious with that when it comes to the edge of this awning. So I'm just gonna spread this to a few more of these and just lay it down. There we go. And definitely the edge. Perfect. And now I can peel off the template, which, since I did put it on the right side, looks like it'll do fairly easily. Cool. And bend this a little bit more there. All right. There's our awning. That looks great. It actually looks really nice. This is on there nice and hard because the glue's been drying. That worked out pretty well. I like it. All right. That looks great. I love it. Okay, now that we've done, let's see. I really want to do the curtains, but I'm still probably going to have to do that later. I just hate going out of step of these sometimes. Now, other sets you can do, you can go out of step with what the instructions say and it's not a big deal. And it, excuse me, it probably wouldn't be this time either. So, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Okay, so this is where they want you to put all the windows in, but we already did that, obviously. Let's work on the light. I don't know why they're not having you put this stuff in yet. Oh, it all comes next. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, let's do a light. Make a light fixture. I need A39.5, which I can actually see right on this paper here. There, it was right on the top, so I could just slice it off. This is just a lampshade that we're going to cut out with the fabric, which I need 7 7 C7-3. I don't know what that is. I wonder if it's the... Oh, of course I do. It's the template. Where is C7? On the bottom. Yep, there it is. All that stuff to the side. There we go. This paper's getting real weird now. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and cut it right there. And right here, so it's not sitting in these weird folds anymore. There we go. We need that part, and we need that part. And these are just the instructions. Which I kind of think we know what we're doing now. Let's see. This might also be bent and folded, and it is. What do I need for this? I don't think I need a lot. I think I just need the -3 thing, and I do. So this one will be okay to do today, but again, I really want to get these ironed before I do anything else. Do it on the back side. Lay it like that. And another thing you can do, this goes more for squares. I would not do this on anything round or curved, or if it's got too many kinks in it or anything like that, but for a good solid rectangle or square, especially of these sizes, you don't even have to put on the fabric dots as long as you do this correctly. If you know you got a good handle on it, you can take a circular fabric cutter and just use this instead. You just really have to make sure you're going along the right lines. Okay. Oops. Make sure it's along the very same lines. There we go. There we go. And there you have it. Oops. And I think I might be wrong, but I have a feeling, because I'm not seeing it, that I just accidentally tossed out the little paper piece of the curve. Might be wrong. I don't think I am. I think I see it. That's not it. This is the fun part, when you realize you accidentally might have thrown out something you need. I just went back and looked real quick. It doesn't actually look like I did. It could still be up here somewhere. I might just be hiding it from myself. Oh, I am. Thank God. It just went under there. Ooh, crisis averted. I always hate it when I think something like that might have happened. Okay. Now for something like this, I would not cut out fabric with the rotary cutter. I'm just gonna put on a couple quick dots of tape in the corners. Again, I kind of have to do this up to the light because I can't see where to place it. Okay. All right. Now we can safely cut this out. I still hold the fabric really close to the paper, or where I'm cutting, I should say, because I don't want to have it loosen up and I can't cut it. If you don't get it perfect, you can always clean up your fabric afterwards. There we go. There's our lampshade. Oh, I think it wants this to stay on here so it can kind of have some rigidity to it so it doesn't just flap around. That makes sense. So I'm going to glue that on here. That actually makes sense. I've made lampshades before, so I honestly should have been prepared for that, but much different kit also than I'm used to using. There we go. Just gonna lay something on that for a second so it doesn't warp. And let's get our metal out. Don't need any more of this. This is all done. Let's see. It wants a little bit of lace to go around the edge. Oh, cool. This is that really neat, it's like a springy lace. And I'm actually going to bring my mic up here a little bit so I stop smacking it so much. My tweezers. I think this is the springy lace. Let me check. Yeah. Yes, this is the springy lace. I think it just has a little bit of spandex in it. Stick this back in here now because I don't think we're gonna get to the curtains today. There we go. Now, this might be easier if this part is done first. But you're gonna... I don't know if anyone can see that. See if it'll... Oh. There we go. There's a little dotted line there of where you need to glue the other side of this. Over here needs to glue over to that. So I'm going to place a little bit of glue Before I do that, I'm gonna grab my flathead tweezers because this is what I use to kind of hold that spot together. Alright. And this will get folded over on top of that. Like so. And then I'm going to hold it together with these while I kind of try to keep the shape. Of a lampshade. And see, it literally creates the perfect little lampshade. Squish it a little bit on the other side. There we go. We have a perfect lampshade. So then about 6.5 centimeters of this, which honestly might, well, it's going to be at least half of it, unstretched out. So I'll snip it right there. Go. And this will go all the way around the edge. So I'll start. Sorry, I just muted everything because we had the most massive, like, diesel diesel engine snowplow go down our street and it was shaking the floor, so. Okay. Whoops. What I get for not waiting for the bubbles to go through. I'm just gonna do a little bit of this at a time. Just so I know it's dried properly. I can't remember if Aileen's was good for this. It's not. It's just soaking it in to the other side of the fabric. So we'll use beacons instead. Oh, and that's the wrong side. Hello. Whoops. Oh, there's still some left on there. Yeah, I think beacons will work fine. That is already glued down. I kind of really love how cute this is too. Like, it's funny because growing up I wasn't really into cute things. Although I did love Barbies. I can't really say that 100%. But I was so used to playing outside or playing with my friends or my cousins who are all boys. Or playing with my or playing video games that I just wasn't into, and cozy games weren't a thing back in the 90s, so in the early 2000s, so it wasn't really, for some reason I just wasn't into a ton of super girly things. Like, I definitely had some girly things, but I wasn't into as many like cute things, especially not as much as I am now. It kind of surprises me how much I'm into cute girly things now, And I mean, people's tastes change over time. So, does it surprise me that much? Not really, but just kind of surprising. But what's funny is I loved miniatures growing up. I made my own dollhouse because my parents couldn't, well, I shouldn't say my parents couldn't afford it. My parents bought me everything Barbie, so I had 1/6 scale everything in the house. But I always wanted a dollhouse, but it just never seemed to be, I guess, in the budget, because it was one more thing on top of something like they were already committed to getting me, I guess. Like, I did really enjoy Barbie, so I didn't really complain about it too much. But I had always wanted a dollhouse, and it just never really seemed to be in the cards, or my parents would just not necessarily think of that being something that I want to have, I guess. Which is kind of interesting, since again, I was so into Barbies, but it just wasn't on the top of the priority list necessarily. So since I had Barbies and a lot of other things to play with. But dollhouses were always something I really wanted to get into even as a kid, and I loved playing with my friends' dollhouses, and I was I don't want to say I was jealous, because that's generally not who I am as a person, but as a kid, I can guarantee you I was jealous of them. And when I was, I think, 10 or so, I ended up making my own dollhouse out of, like, it was literally a cardboard box, and I used, like, paper towel rolls and, you know, toilet paper tubes and tiny little bathroom cups and cotton, any type of fabric I could get my hands on, toothpicks, the popsicle sticks that we all had in elementary school. There were thousands of them. And my mom got me a glue gun, and after I learned how quickly that can burn you, I got pretty good at it. And I went to town I made so much just mashed together stuff for dollhouses. And I hope to find the box that has all that stuff eventually, just so I can, but I might have thrown it out, to be honest. It probably got tossed when I was, you know, when I went off to college or something, but those were some really fun days, realizing that that was something I loved, and it let my creativity out. There we go. There's our little lampshade. There's our cute little lampshade. Oh, and I wasted some. See, that's why I don't like pre-cutting. I'd rather just wrap it around, see how much I actually used, and then cut it. And I should have done that this time. But I did not, so hopefully there's not many more things that I'm going to need that for. But I'll put it back in the bag for now. So I think, for now anyway, we're probably going to go ahead and end it there. So yeah, I think that's probably where we're going to leave it today. Get my mic out of the way here. But we did quite a lot. We got... and pick this up. We got all of the windows put in on every side. Door still has to go in. We made the door. The skylight just looks phenomenal. This is so cool. We made an awning. We made the door. Did the stairs, the utility electrical box, and the trailer hitch for the trailer. And we did all these little flower box things. So, and our itty bitty little lampshade. So we got a lot done today. Really good, strong start at this, and I'm glad we're doing the camper as our first miniature of the new year. Now, I know we started, or I should say we finished the Magic House as the actual, like, beginning of the year, but since that had been going forever, I kind of didn't consider that, like, the first miniature of the year, and that's kind of what this one feels like for me. So I hope you guys had a great time watching this and joining me with us today. We're going to continue this next week. Like I said at the beginning, There may not be a video coming this Wednesday, and the only reason I say that is because it was a my husband and I switched our filming model to make it much faster and easier, which is why we could say every other Wednesday. But the video that he's currently editing is an old video from before we made those decisions, and it's going to take a lot longer to edit. So he's editing it now. I have some things I still need to do for it. So there may not be one this Wednesday, but I'm going to try to get something else out in the meantime. So if nothing else, I will see you guys again next Saturday for more work on the time travel camper, and there will be a new video as soon as possible. If not this Wednesday, it'll be later that weekend or the following Wednesday. So I love you guys so much. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you had as much fun as I did, and I will see you in the next one.